I just realized I've been talking this entire time and my microphone was off. Wow, what a great way to start off my first official live stream. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a break and then I'm going to start over. Okay, for those of you who are just joining me or have been here and didn't say anything to me, um, I had my microphone off for the first half hour. I do apologize. I am going to go back through the whole beginning of this again with audio. So again, welcome to Texas Dark Skies. I'm Deanna Rose, and I am an IT professional. I've been in IT for about 23 years now. I have loved space my entire life, but I wasn't able to indulge in astronomy as a hobby as a single parent. I got into it a few years ago when my kids moved out, and my first telescope was a Celestron 130 millimeter Newtonian scope. It's the SLT model, which stands for Star Locating Telescope, and it has the computerized mount on it so that it would track the stars. I thought it'd be an easy way to start. It was great, still great, love it, use it a lot, but it does take a while for it to align. Same with my second telescope, which was the 90 millimeter SLT, which is a Maxtov Cassegrain telescope. And I used to live stream on Facebook. I never really thought about doing it on a regular basis until recently. I started my channel back in November of 2023. Started making some videos, started planning for nicer weather, because even though I'm originally from Detroit, grew up in the cold, I do not like being in the cold. So I was planning on doing live streaming in the summer. Took my first big stargazing trip out to the Greater Big Bend International Dark Sky Preserve a few weeks ago. Ran into a whole lot of problems. Everything that could go wrong did. And I wanted to find a better solution, so I thought I would look into automated telescopes, smart telescopes. I thought they were AI powered, but talking to some people on some science forums, I found that they are not the same thing. So I did a little more research and found out that the AI-powered scopes are what NASA uses. There are no commercially available AI scopes, but there is software that includes AI. Photoshop, for one, does have AI features for fixing photos, but there are software applications with AI in it that can use it. The difference is with the smart telescopes, and I wrote notes because I didn't want to forget. They're equipped with integrated electronics and connectivity features, controlled via a smartphone app, which is what you see in the middle of the screen here. This is the app for the ZWO C-Star S50, which is my first smart telescope. Definitely not my last. They can automatically adjust the telescope's position and focus without human intervention, which is great. I can take it outside, set it up, align it, or actually it aligns itself, take pictures, tear it down in less than a half an hour, and be happy. With Newt, my 130 millimeter, and Max, my 90 millimeter, it would generally take an hour or more of setup and aligning in order to get them set up. They are very user-friendly, as I'll explain when I go through the app again. But the difference is night and day with how easy it is to use. I mean, if you're just going out to stargaze, great. But if you want to try astrophotography, I highly recommend trying to get an automated scope. The C-Star is on the lower end. I'm not going to name the price because my mom might watch this later. And just being able to immediately align and locate objects and take pictures because the camera is built into it. You can see the sensor information and all of the telescope information on the side of the screen there. I put it up for everybody. It makes getting into astrophotography so much easier. Again, it's designed for ease of use, and it's great for both beginners and people who are used to telescopes alike. With this app, you can see here, there are some little arrow buttons here. And those are to manually move the scope up and down in position. We have a little screen here that gives you information about the moon, of course, last quarter right now, but it won't be rising for another 4 hours at this point. So we have some pretty dark skies for now. It also tells you a little bit about cloud cover. Right now we do have some clouds, but fortunately, lately we've been getting clouds during the day and they've been clearing out for the most part at night. So it's been great stargazing weather. We have several different modes here. The one you saw on the Be Right Back screen was the stargazing mode. And as you can see, I tracked it to the star Alioth, which is a 1.8 magnitude star. Some features here. The little dot here, we do have a light pollution filter that you can manually turn on and off. You can actually adjust your brightness, contrast, saturation. These are more advanced features. I've played with them a little bit. As you can see, the image is a little bit grainy, but again, this is the low end of a smart telescope. And you can get back to the stargazing menu from there. We have the solar mode. If you click on it right now, it'll show that it's below the horizon. And that's another great thing about smart scopes is it'll tell you what's below the horizon and what's not, and that way you spend less time trying to find something to look at because it'll tell you right there what you can see and what you can't. Solar and lunar mode are both more point and shoot than they are the deep sky imaging stacking, which is what you're going to get with stargazing mode and being able to take pictures. It'll, instead of taking a series of pictures, you can actually do a time-lapse picture, you can do a video, and you can take JPEGs. In the stargazing mode, when you're doing the photos of the deep sky objects, it'll actually do both JPEG and FITS format. FITS is something that a lot of astronomers use because it's a very raw format, and it also includes data about the time, location, etc. of the photo you're taking. From what I understand from the videos I've watched on the C-Star and the forums I've read, planetary is good, not great. I would show you what it's like, but some of the planets set with the sun, like Mercury and Pluto, the rest, like Saturn and Jupiter, they won't be up until right before sunrise. And scenery mode is like a game camera almost, because you can set it up and it'll take pictures from very far away. From my house to where our deer feeder is, it's probably about, I would say, a couple hundred feet. And I was able to get some close-ups of some geese that were eating the deer corn, and they came out pretty cute. So scenery mode is going to be fun to play with. Maybe one of these days I'll do a daytime live stream and show y'all solar mode and the scenery camera. My album is the pictures that I've taken. Last night I did try to get the Horsehead Nebula. Did not work out so well because I didn't have the light pollution filter on. And these are some pictures I took in solar mode of the sun as it was setting behind the trees. My house is currently surrounded by cedar trees. So I do have to not only look at what's above the horizon, but what's above the tree line as well. For that, I actually have, and I showed y'all this before, Sky Safari app on my phone. I have it in compass mode so I can hold it up above the tree line and see what we have up there. If I had multiple images of stars that I wanted to stack, it does have the stacking option. I have not played with it yet, but I would be able to add images and try to stack them. And as you can see, it says improve the signal to noise ratio of images by stacking for clearer images. I also have another program called Registax that can be used for stacking the FITS images that I gather. Those are saved on the C Star, and I can actually connect the C Star to my computer using a USB-C cable, and it acts as a mass storage device, and I can pull those off of there. Underneath my album and Deep Sky stack, we have a brief list of current best. These are objects that are above the horizon, and as you can see, like here on M7, the Ring Nebula, you can see the little green dot there. That means that it automatically turns on the light pollution filter to help you get a better image. You can manually turn it off, and on any object you're looking at, you can manually turn it on. Just because the dot's there doesn't mean you have to use it, but it's good to know. And then under the recommended section, it gives you a list of things that are coming up that you might want to look at. Because the C Star was made and delivered to me from China, the best time to view is listed in UTC +8, which is Beijing time. I don't know how to change that. I don't think I can. But I can always use other programs, like I do have Starry Night on my computer, and I can also look for stuff like this in Starry Night as well, and I'll show you that a little bit later as well. Along the bottom we have some icons here. The first one is the home screen. The second one is the Sky Atlas. As you can see, I did track it to the star Alioth just because it's above the horizon. It's a nice bright star. We got to see it. It does have compass mode. I currently have my iPad mounted on a tripod, and I can move it around, but it's still very wobbly. I'm trying to find a better tripod solution for that. We have the grid so that you can see the night sky grid. I can turn that off if I want. And same with the ground if I want to look below the horizon. But I don't want to do that because I just want to look for objects that are above the horizon right now. The next button is the community button. And C-Star has its own community app of people who own C-Stars and take pictures and share them. And if it decides to load, which it may or may not, who knows, then we'll be able to see other objects that have been... Oh, yay. It decided that it didn't want to do it. There we go. It's coming up now. And it will load eventually. And you can see pictures taken by other C-Star users. You can explore it. It's got a message board. And here we can see some of the pictures taken by other C-Star users. Some of them do have descriptions that give more information about how they were taken. Some people will actually have it run for multiple nights and then take those images and stack them. And that's how we get images like this, the M42, the Orion Nebula. I haven't done any multi-night shots yet, but I do plan on doing that during the week. We do have a nearby button as well, and that will actually show you where you live and if there are any other C-Star users nearby. And we do have several here in Central Texas. I live outside of Liberty Hill, which is about 30 miles north of Austin. So up here in the hill country, we do have quite a few C-Star users. And we can see some of the pictures that they've taken. Here where I live, on the Bortle scale, we're at about a 4.5 to a 5. We have a lot less light pollution than Austin, but since Austin is expanding north, we are getting more light pollution out here, so When my mom first moved us down here in 1993, we probably had Bortle 4 skies, if not Bortle 3. It was that dark, and I fell in love with it, but we are getting a lot of light pollution creep from Austin now. So these are images taken by, looks like the Grove Church, which is very cool. Looks like they got it in time for the solar eclipse, and they've taken a couple of other shots. And then, of course, the information about me and settings for my C-Star. Wi-Fi, what I have done is the C-Star connects to your device over Wi-Fi. It has its own little Wi-Fi network. However, I am able to get internet because I am in station mode and was able to connect to the Wi-Fi through the C-Star, which is why it's running a little slow because the C-Star is outside. That's another thing I love about the C-Star is that it is wireless. With my other telescopes, I had the Celestron color burst camera, and it was wired, and I was tethered to the telescope, and I had to put up with either bugs in the summer or freezing cold weather in the winter, because yes, it does get cold here in Texas on occasion. And now I'll be able to do this all the time because the telescope is sitting outside and I'm sitting here in my office in the computer. So it gives you the device info. You can turn off sounds. I do have my sounds turned off because I hate all the little beeps and boops. Focus. I am going to turn on the focus panel. Even though it autofocuses, it can give you greater control over that. The current position and star focus position I haven't played with yet. I will let you know how that turns out. Anti-dew. This is great. Okay, so a lot of astronomers, both hobby and professional, they see a lot of dew on their lenses when there's a difference between the humidity and the temperature in the air. You get dew just like you get dew in the mornings on the grass, and it gets on your telescope, gets on your lenses, screws up your pictures. This has a built-in anti-dew heater. So if I were doing this at a time when I knew that it was likely to get dew on my lenses, then I could turn that on. Now the image watermark, that's what you saw at the bottom of some of the pictures where it said C-Star and it had my username, the date and time and location. I could turn that off if I wanted to, but I don't like to turn it off because I like to have that reminder of what I was looking at and when. And we have advanced features here. Enhanced exposure. Currently, because of the way the Earth rotates, if I were to just have it stuck in one spot and take one picture, you would see the rotation of the Earth in the photos. And this corrects it. So you can do the exposures in 10, 20, and 30-second intervals. Now, I did run some tests at the higher second intervals, 20 and 30 seconds, but I was seeing a lot of satellite trails and airplane trails in my photos with the higher exposures. So to eliminate the trails, I keep it set at 10 seconds, and it works great for me. I don't skip the horizontal calibration because I like everything to be calibrated. I do save each frame in enhancing. That's where the FITS files come in. If I were to turn it off, it wouldn't save those FITS files for me. I like having those because some of them, even though the image is clearer when it's stacked, if I take a single image and enhance it, it looks really cool. But also, those FITS files are great for if I were to be viewing variable stars. I'm also, I work with the AAVSO work. It's just like a little club you can join. And it's the American Association of Variable Star Observers. And what they do is they observe variable stars, their brightness varies, to see if the reason that they're varying is because there's planets orbiting it. And it's the Exoplanet Watch. And they work in conjunction with NASA. I'm just like a volunteer member, whatever. But they do all the hard work. They developed a program called Exotic, and they take FITS images from users all around the country and even around the world in some cases. And they take that data and they compile it into a database, and then the Exotic program examines it, and they collate all this data, and they try to find the patterns that indicate, yes, the reason that star is variable is because there's an exoplanet orbiting it. Really cool stuff, lots of fun, and that's why I save each frame in enhancing to get those FITS files, because I do want to find another planet. I watched entirely too much Star Trek as a kid, and that is why I love space so much. Adjust the level. If my tripod that the Sea Star wasn't mounted on, or that the Sea Star is mounted on, wasn't level, I could use this to help level it. But I have already done that. Same with compass calibration. I did that earlier using my iPhone. Level sensor calibration. Again, that also checks the level of the telescope. Sky Atlas sync, that syncs it directly to the internet. RTSP address, I'm still trying to figure out. Apparently there was a mode where I could set this up so other people could just log directly into my telescope and view it and even control it. And I want to do that eventually when I host in-person star parties or take this out for events. Like recently I did Field Day. I'm a ham radio operator, and I did Field Day, and I went out with my local ARES group, which is Amateur Radio Emergency Services, which I volunteer with. And I took my telescope out there. Everyone loved it. If I would have been able to give them the RTSP address, they would have been able to log in on their phone, and they would have been able to check it out from there instead of hanging out around me with my iPad. And maybe I would not have dropped my iPad face down on the concrete and cracked it. And my cat is also visiting here. She's sitting here next to me. She may or may not jump up on the up on my desk later and say hi. So those are the advanced features. And we're going to go back. And we're going to go back to stargazing, because we did have Elias here. And as you can see, I did turn on that button for the focusing. And it's cool. You can actually zoom in, zoom out. So if I were to go back, I'm actually going to turn off that feature there because I don't like it. Advanced features. Focus. I'm going to turn off the focus panel. I do not need it tonight. So we're going to go back to Sky Atlas. You can see that we have Alioth here, bright star. I'm going to hit go to again just to recalibrate it to the center. We'll take a look at a couple of stars tonight, and then probably for the end of the live stream, what I'll do is I will throw up a message on there so that I'm not going to babysit it the entire time. What I like to do is keep the stream going so you guys can watch the images stack if I'm doing a dark sky image. And then I'll download the video later, and I can kind of condense it down for y'all so you can see a time lapse of it stacking that image. So there is Alioth, and it does have the filter on there. I'm going to kind of zoom in for you guys a little bit. That's without the light pollution filter. And when you take a picture where it will be doing stacking, it does readjust everything for you before it starts taking pictures. That way you get the best image possible. So I told you all a little bit about how I got into astronomy. I would love to hear in the comments what you guys are looking for in astronomy, and particularly what you're looking for from me. I do plan on doing weekly star parties, and if there's something you want me to check out, if there is something you think I should change, I'm always up to suggestions. So go ahead, throw up in the comments what you want to see from these live streams. But I do plan on doing these every Friday night, and hopefully the clouds will cooperate. Our storm season this year was a little bit long. It started early, it lasted longer, and we are actually coming up into hurricane season here pretty quick. We don't get hurricanes up here in north of Austin, but the weather is, all interconnected, and we do get a lot of the storms that come up. They take their time and they migrate their way up. So maybe on nights where it's too cloudy to stargaze, maybe I can find someone to kind of join me on my live stream, and we can just have conversations on astronomy. What I'd really love is to, I don't know if any of y'all ever watched Star Talk with Neil deGrasse Tyson, my personal astrophysicist, my favorite personal astrophysicist. That man is just absolutely amazing. And he co-hosts Star Talk with a comedian named Chuck Nice. Lord Nice, greatest person of all time. I love him to death. He's, even though, he doesn't have a degree in astrophysics like Neil deGrasse Tyson does, he's super smart, he's funny, and he plays off Dr. Tyson so well. And I want to have a co-host like that and be able to have conversations with my co-host and involve my viewers and just be able to have all of these great conversations about the stars, because I'm an amateur. I love looking up at the sky. I love taking pictures of the sky, but I don't know much about it. I'm still learning. So I'm learning along with all of you guys. And if you guys have something to teach me, I'm more than willing to learn. So now, as you can see, the stack image, and you can see when it can't take an image, you'll get that error message. Image failed, discarding the file. So it's taking images with the oh, my brain just farted. It's going to keep it open for 10 seconds, 10-second exposures, and it's going to collect these images. And once all the images are collected, it will stack. And yeah, the image doesn't have enough stars and is discarded. It hasn't captured any yet that it can save. This might be a case where we need the light pollution filter on. So I'm actually going to stop it. I'm going to throw that light pollution filter on. And I'm actually going to adjust, I'm going to adjust the contrast. This is something that I played with the past couple of nights. So I'm going to adjust the contrast to 20. And I'm going to try again. And let's see if it actually captures the photos. But what I was saying earlier is when I do this to capture images, deep sky images, I'm not going to sit here and babysit it, but I will leave the live stream running with the camera off, the mic off, and a note saying that it's not being monitored. So that you guys can actually, if you feel like it, you can go ahead and keep watching the images stack. And the stack failed. So I'm going to stop this. It looks like Alioth is not a good candidate for deep sky viewing tonight. So we're going to go over to Sky Atlas and we're going to go over to Objects. And I'm going to look at Current Best. And we're going to look through our list of clusters, galaxies. Let's go ahead and something I want to show you here is the altitude. I showed you guys this earlier when my microphone was off. The altitude. With the altitude, it'll show you how far above the horizon it is. And we want stuff that's not only above the horizon, but also above the tree line. So I'm looking for stuff with an altitude of 40% or higher to get above the cedars that are around the house. And we can go ahead and we can look at M13, which is the Great Star Cluster in Hercules. That looks pretty bright. And as you can see, that's the numbers at the bottom, 12, 16, 20, and then 0, 4, 8. That's the hour, based on my local time. So it hasn't even hit its peak yet. And it will be up above the horizon and above the tree line until about 4 o'clock in the morning. I may or may not leave it running that long. Who knows? But, yeah, that looks like a good place. I'm going to click the gazing button, and it will go to the object. Point and shoot, baby. Love it. So, I don't know if I went over this. Yeah, I don't know if I went over it before or after my microphone was on, but the M number, that stands for Messier Catalog. And the Messier Catalog is a list of 110 objects in the Northern Hemisphere that you can see with a good telescope. It was, of course, compiled by an astronomer named Messier back in the 1800s. Several different catalogs. And I just got a notification. What does my notification say? Oh, I get weather notifications on my phone. And I was looking for a weather notification. We are under an extreme heat advisory here in Central Texas. Even though our temperatures have been in the mid-90s, the feels like temperature has been about 105 to 107. It's freaking hot out there, people. But no, that was not a weather notification. That was a baseball notification. As you can see, this Express shirt, that's Round Rock Express. They're the minor league team for the Texas Rangers. I am not a Rangers fan, but I do enjoy going to the Express games. I am a Detroit Tigers fan, and they are currently playing the Angels. They're tied at 2 in the 8th inning. So they lost last night to the Angels, but to the Dodgers, because Los Angeles Dodgers. The Dodgers got Shohei Ohtani, so yeah, I don't foresee the Tigers beating them, especially since Miguel Cabrera retired. So, and Miggy was our big heavy hitter. Anyways, this screen here, I'm going to actually go ahead and I'm going to go to my settings and hit revert. And I took off the filters that I put on, or the adjustments that I made. Although looking at it now, I think I might want to put it back on. Let's see what it looks like. Okay, that's without the filter, so I think you can see a little bit. If you look straight up from the red dot, right, like middle top there, you can kind of see an image of that cluster. Very, very faint. We're not going to see it unless we get that image stack going on. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to get you good on the screen here. I'm going to leave the light pollution filter off. I'm going to hit the button and it's going to, oh, it's not going to go through its calibration again. Let's see if we can actually get some images of this. A lot of these deep sky objects, they are very, very faint, and we might see outlines of them in dark sky locations. Like I said, I'm under Bortle 4.5 skies. There we go. So we're going to start seeing these objects appear when we have the longer exposures. And it's going to take multiple images. It's going to stack them together, and we're going to try to get a clear image of them. I'm going to let this guy run for a while. It does look a little bit blurry here. It's trying to enhance. I'm actually going to stop it. And then if you look here on the side, we do have a button that says AF, autofocus. I'm going to do an autofocus on this, and I'm going to restart the photo. Once we get that going, I'm going to go ahead and take another break. Talking constantly by myself not only feels weird like I'm talking to myself, but it's a little bit tiring. So I did have that be right back screen ready for you guys so that you can keep watching the video while I take a quick break. But we'll wait and do that after this is done autofocusing. So we got autofocus done. I'm going to restart the picture. I'm going to hit that. I don't want to include the images that I already took. So let's see how this goes. And these are 10-second exposures. The longer the exposure, the more light it will take in. But I don't want to get the trails and stuff in it. There we go. Now, this is M13. I want to show you guys something really cool. And ta-da! This is my program, Starry Night. It's a stargazing program. It can automatically connect to a telescope like my my Celestron 130 millimeters. And I'm going to throw some information up here for y'all. And you're going to see this cool little graph at the bottom. So the red line there, that's the sun's altitude. So you can see the sunrise, get the zenith, sunset. The green one is going to be the moon. You can see the sun's not gonna, or the moon's not gonna rise for a couple more hours. And I just turned on graphing for this globular cluster, and that's gonna be the blue one. I like using this for a lot of things, for planning my stargazing, for seeing what's coming up. We do have a failed image there with star trails. It's a really, really great program. I highly recommend it to everyone who's interested in seeing what's up in the sky. Again, we can see that we get more information. We can get information like the catalog number, the names, the object type, apparent magnitude. So this has an apparent magnitude of 6.46. So it's bright, but not super bright. In Bortle 4.5 skies, you can probably see up to magnitude 7 with the naked eye or with a basic telescope, depending on cloud cover, what type of light pollution, and the brighter, the better. We want that number to be smaller so we can see it with the naked eye. But this is perfect for what we're doing right now. We also get a description. We get the position in the sky, and as you can see, it is actually tracking directly what the position is, the azimuth, the altitude, the hour angle, and other data. angular size, 20 arc minutes. I'm still learning arc minutes. Maybe I should do a video on it. That would be great. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to throw this into the Be Right Back screen, take a quick break, and when I come back, we will go over a little more information on what we're doing. And we're back. All right, so this should be coming up here in just a moment on my screen. You'll notice there's a big black space underneath the camera. I do have the chat box there. Hopefully, I just typed something in. I think there's like a 30-second delay on this. But yeah, I encourage all of you guys to let me know what you think of the live stream. And if there's anything you want to see, we can definitely do that. I'm very new to live streaming on YouTube, and I'm just finding my feet. So hopefully we'll be able to make it a little more entertaining in the future. So as you've noticed, we've got quite a few of the stacked images failing on here. So I'm probably only going to let it run until the 5-minute mark. And we'll see what we've got there. But let me tell you a little bit more about the messier objects that we were looking at earlier. So I'm going to switch over. And I'm going to bring this over this way. And when you type in messier in the search box, it'll give you the entire list. Now you'll see some of these are grayed out. Those are the ones that are currently below the horizon. And the ones that are lit up, you can't see it because it's off screen on my Livestream software, but it's also showing the degrees of altitude over the horizon. So I can use this to determine what I want to try looking at. It's great for planning what I want to look at during the live streams, because while the app is great on the C-Star, this gives me a chance to actually write out a sort of script to follow for the live streams. So I can say, hey, I want to do this, or hey, I want to do that. Also, I can create observing lists, so I can actually create a list of the messier objects, and I can check them off as I go. I don't know if I did this joke before or after I turned off the mic, but I'm playing messier Pokemon. I've got to catch them all. So my plan over the next year is to try to get photos of all of the messier objects, all 110 of them. So what I'll do here is I will show y'all some of the different messier objects that we have. Let's go ahead and go to Messier 2. I'm going to select that, magnify, and let's see what it does. It's going to go ahead and move it around. Look at all those stars. Yeah, Messier 2 is right above, probably above the tree line. And that is another globular cluster. And if I were to show the info on that, and you'll see that it does have other catalog names. Besides the Messier catalog, it's also in the NGC catalog. And I'll go ahead and I'll do a video for the channel that explains what the different catalogs are. But some of them are in multiple catalogs. And this description is a globular cluster far from the plane of the Milky Way in a region of the sky with no bright stars. So that would probably be pretty bright. It does have an apparent magnitude of 7.13. M13 was 6 point something. This is 7 point something. So this would actually be dimmer than what we're looking at now. Remember, the smaller the number, the brighter it is. And the Messier catalog objects aren't just globular clusters. There are nebulas, there are galaxies, lots of really cool stuff. Let's see if I can't find That's another globular cluster. There we go. M20. That is a nebula. Let's go ahead and magnify on that. So M20, oh, that's M20, M24. Why did I click on M24? M20 is actually the Trifid Nebula. And that one has an apparent magnitude of about 6.3, which is about the same as the globular cluster that we're getting a deep sky image of right now. If I were to graph that, if you look at the graph at the bottom, the blue line is the globular cluster that we are looking at right now. If I were to look at M20, you can see it's pretty low on the horizon. That showed up as the teal line. That's going to be pretty low on the horizon. That may change depending on the time of the year. So maybe I could go ahead and, if I were to be planning my stargazing, I could come up here and select the time, the date, month, date, year, hour, minutes. I could even change the location that I was looking at. So using Starry Night to plan out my stargazing sessions really helps, because then I'll be able to see what's going to be coming up when the best time to view it is. So we're not going to move to that right now. I'm actually going to stop our image capture of M13. We have about 5.5 minutes worth of images, so that is 10 times 6 times 5, 33 images stacked, about. Maybe my math is off. I can't math very well. So we could actually go back to the home screen and go to My Album. And that's the image that we just took. 5 minutes of that particular globular cluster. And you can see at the bottom where it says C-Star S50 and my username, Liberty Hill, the date and time. It says 6 minutes, but it was 5.5. And it tells you how long you took the picture for. And that's really great for me because my memory is crap. It really is. So this way I've got all of the information I need right at the bottom of the screen. And then when I go to post-processing in Adobe Lightroom, I could most definitely remove that banner from the bottom. So I don't know if I did this before or after I forgot to turn on the microphone, but after I get done talking, then I do plan on letting the live stream continue going. And there will be a note on the side of the screen saying no audio being unmonitored, and I'll turn the video camera off. I want to keep recording when I do these deep sky images for as long as I can, and what I'd like to do is do a time-lapse video of them and post those to the YouTube channel as well, so everyone can see all of the objects in the sky coming up. I also plan on doing some time-lapse video of doing the post-processing as well, so hopefully that you guys can see, between the original and the post-processing, what we can bring out. I'll do post-processing on these images in the morning, and then I'll post them to the community tab on the YouTube channel. But in the meantime, let's find something else that we can look at. Unfortunately, nebulas, they take hours upon hours, if not days, of images to stack to get something as bright as we saw in the community pages. But galaxies and globular clusters, they should show up pretty decently. So let's see what else is looking good for tonight. So we have a splinter galaxy, spindle galaxy. And you can see next to them that they have up and down arrows next to them. And those show whether they're rising or declining in the night sky. Let's see. I did Pinwheel Galaxy the other night. Whirlpool Galaxy. This is something else that we want to do. So if we were to look at, say, the Sunflower Galaxy, it's M63. I'm going to go back over to Starry Night and look for M63. If we get stuff that has a high magnitude, see, this has a magnitude of 9.32 for the M63 object. That's going to take a while for it to show up. We want something with a lot higher magnitude for you guys to see. I wonder about this NGC 5033, the Water Bug Galaxy. I'm going to go ahead and select that. And I'm going to magnify that. I'm also going to remove the graphing for the other two, the M13 and the M20, the altitude. I'm going to show the info on that. Oh, that's got an apparent magnitude of 10.69. That wouldn't be good for us to look at. But it might be good for us to photograph at some point. Okay, so let's go back over to our list. We're going to go back to the Messier list. And maybe this Croc-Eye Galaxy, M94. M94, it's currently at 50 and it's going down. So that has an 8.70. That's a maybe. We have this NGC 4656, which is the Crowbar Galaxy. Let me just check to see what that's magnitude. That's a 9.82. 4725. Let's see what that is. That's a 9.92. Bernice's Hair Clip, NGC 4565. That's a 10. Let's go back to Messier objects, since those tend to be a little bit brighter. Yeah, that Blue Horsehead Nebula, that's the one I tried to get last night. Didn't quite work out. Looks like the lower we go down, the lower on the altitude is, so we're going to scroll back up a bit. Let's see that Spindle Galaxy, M102. That's got a 10.73. What about M51? M51, that would be a Whirlpool Galaxy. That's got an 8. Sunflower Galaxy, M63. That's a 9. Yeah, let's go ahead and go with M51. No, M50, that's 61, my bad. Let's bring you that. All right, let's give the Whirlpool Galaxy a shot. As you can see, it is declining. We might only have it for about another hour or two. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to slew to the object. I think this might be where I leave off with you guys for tonight. Maybe let this run until it dips below the horizon so that I can get a really good image. And any images that we take during live stream, I'll clean up and I'll post both the raw image as well as any post-processed image to the community tab there in the YouTube page. So it's identifying. And we're going to go to stargazing. Let's put the light pollution filter on and see what we get. Nada, nada. I'm going to turn that filter back off. I'm going to just kind of expand that view for you guys. And we'll start taking some pictures and see what we get. I can go ahead and start looking up what the different magnitude of the different Messier objects is. And start planning this out a little better so that we have stuff to look at. There we go. We've got a little bit showing there in the middle. It will take longer for us to get a clearer image of that. Remember, these are 10-second exposures. So the exposure is only for 10 seconds of light. I could try to do it longer, but the problem is with the star trails and the satellite trails, airplane trails. So we can probably go ahead and just leave it at 10 seconds and just let it run for the next few hours. There, we're starting to get a clearer image. And the longer it runs, the clearer that image will be because it'll have more data to get the reference points and be able to stack that and get it nice and clear for us. So let's see what happens. But throw in the comments if you want to see something in particular, if there's a specific nebula or galaxy you want to look at, or if you want us to start going through a different catalog. Like I said, the goal for me, Messier Pokemon. So I'm going to go ahead and get which ones are going to be viewable at which times of the year, which days, which hours, what their altitude is above not only the horizon but the tree line out here. So we have some stuff that we can definitely look at over the next year. And if you guys have topics that you want to talk about, like on the nights where the weather's not going to work, and I bring someone on to talk with me about astronomy, if there's topics you want to hear, or if there's topics you want me to do videos on, I'm always open to suggestions. So we've only got one shot of this particular galaxy so far. We have seen a couple of stack failures. I'm also going to try to go back and edit the live stream and see if I can't remove that first half hour of talking without the microphone on. I still can't believe I did that. I checked everything. Made sure my actual mic was turned on, but I hadn't turned it on in the Streamlabs software. So, oops. I think from now on I'll just control the mic from the mic itself and not from the software so I don't forget. And maybe post a little checklist next to next to the screen for me. So we've gotten 3 images so far. As you can see, it is starting to brighten up a little bit. I'm going to do some quick work here. Grab you some info. Yeah, my screens are stacked as opposed to side by side. This is M51, which is just a spiral galaxy. It doesn't have an actual name. Galaxy 8.60 magnitude. Heyo, there you go. So we are currently viewing the Messier 51 spiral galaxy. We've collected about 7 videos or 7 images, and the more images that it collects, the brighter it will become. Wonder when is that going to set again? I'm going to start graphing that. So, oh, hey. So that dark blue line there, that's going to be the altitude of the M51 object that we're looking at. That green line again is the moon. So probably the moon will start rising probably about 2:40 a.m. my time. So we've got probably a good 3 hours. I'm going to continue letting the live stream run after I'm done talking. Again, I'll throw up that that sign on the screen that says that it's unattended, and I'll let you guys keep viewing the stacking. We're currently at 7 images. I see we're still bombing out quite a bit. So yeah, about 2:30. 2:30 a.m. is when I'll stop the live stream. I do want to record the image capture. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to edit that and put it into a time-lapse video for the YouTube channel for y'all. I wish I could leave y'all with some music while it was going, so you can listen to something while you were still watching the images stack. However, copyright issues. I don't want to get banned from YouTube because I'm having too much fun doing this. And the only Open source music that I have is classical music. That one failed as well. I probably do need to check the clouds outside at some point. I want to see if we can at least get a few more minutes of this. If too many of the pictures drop, it might be due to clouds. But it's looking pretty cool now. Looking very much like the image that I'm seeing in Starry Night. What do you guys think? Do you guys think it looks like it? You can see there's a little bit of rotation based on the image. That's because the Earth is rotating. It's another reason why we do our deep sky image captures in 10-second increments, because the smart telescope actually does compensate for the rotation of the Earth to keep it centered. So it's, again, if you have the opportunity to pick up a C-Star, S50, or any smart telescope, I highly recommend it. There are some great videos out there that actually compare the different features. My dream smart telescope is a Vaonis, and it's about $1,600. It looks like, okay, so if you play Xbox and you've ever played the game Portal, I love Portal. It's such a cool game. And they have the little sentry turrets. The Vaonis looks like the turrets from Portal, and it is so cool. And that's what I want to get. It's, like I said, it's about $1,600. And once I get really good with this, or maybe I'll set it as a goal. Once I hit my 500 subscriber mark, I'll go ahead and get that telescope and share it with all of you guys. So, again, I'm always open to subjection up to, I can't talk. I've been talking for entirely too long. I've been talking for almost 2 hours by myself. Yeah, an hour and a half for you guys, 2 hours for me. That's a good goal that I'm going to set. 500 subscribers, and I'll get the Vaonis. Share it with all of you guys. Put your suggestions in the comments. I want to know what you guys want to see video-wise. I want to know what you guys want to see on the live streams. If there's any nebulas, galaxies, if there's any topics you want me to talk about with any future co-hosts I have. I have a friend. I have to give shout out to the PB Discord server. My friends and fam out there have been helping me test my setup. And my friend Ella, who is in Austria, may be coming on later this summer to co-host with me. And if there's any topics that you want to discuss, let me know. If there's any videos you want me to make, let me know. I'm always up to suggestions. I'm an amateur. I just started getting into this a couple of years ago, you know, when I didn't have to worry about taking care of my kids because they grew up and moved out. So I'm still learning. We're learning together. If there's anything you want to learn about, let me know in the comments below, and I will most definitely do what I can to accommodate you guys. So we are still getting pictures. We've got about 20 of them now. So I'm going to leave this screen up. Thank you all for hanging out with me. I'm going to go ahead and throw up the there we go. Deep sky imaging, unattended, no audio. And hopefully I can get this video up for you guys with the time lapse on it, and also get the raw and post-processed images up for you in the community tab. Make sure you like, subscribe, tell all your friends who are interested in astronomy that, hey, Friday nights we're having a star party. First live stream under the belt. Y'all have a good evening. I had that problem earlier in the stream. I went the first half hour of the stream talking and no sound at all. So thanks for letting me know. What I was saying is, yeah, on your learning curve there with your DSLR and your telescope, I had the same issue with my 130 millimeter when I first got my Celestron telescope. I had that problem earlier in the stream. I went the and first half hour. I have sound issues. Fixed that. I got the Celestron color burst camera to drop into the eyepiece of the telescope, and that kept me tethered to the laptop. So this is actually so much easier. It's a lot less work to deal with the aligning, with setting everything up, with taking the images, stacking them afterwards. So it's definitely a lot easier. I only got the C-Star because it's my first smart telescope, and I didn't want to go whole hog right off the bat and not know what I was doing. So the goal I've actually set for myself is once I hit 500 subscribers, I'm upgrading to the Vaonis, which is a lot more expensive. It's in the $1,600 range, but it also has mosaic mode where with the resolution, it's got the 4:3 ratio, and it can actually do 4 separate mosaics, and it just keeps scanning the sky to create a much larger picture, so you get much larger area. Plus, it does have the better sensor and the better resolution on it. So, enjoy your C-Star. Use that community tab on the C-Star app. Post your pictures. Let me know what your username is. I would love to see your pictures. And tomorrow I'll be posting the raw and post-production images from tonight in the live or in the community tab. So hit stop on that. Let's see what we got. Go over to my album. And there's the image. Well, the first image anyways. We'll see what that looks like after post-production. So, thank you so much for showing up tonight, David. And hopefully I will see you on next week's live stream. This is going to be a regular Friday night thing for me, starting at about 9:30 Central Time. And as the sunsets get earlier, I'll probably be starting earlier. So winter is going to be a whole lot more fun this year with the C-Star. Y'all take care, and I will see y'all next week.